Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up.
What's up, and welcome to the Herman Athletic Center on the campus of William Peace University in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina. Darren Vaught with you here on the Pacers Sports Network as the William Peace University Pacers men's basketball team plays host to Methodist University, the Monarchs from Fayetteville, North Carolina, in USA South Conference action. We are about a minute from starting lineups being announced, but hey, I have those already for you, so I'll go ahead and run through those. For Methodist, 14-8 overall on the season, 8-3 in the conference. It'll be Brian Rouse, the junior guard from Greensboro, North Carolina. Blake Davis, the senior, also a guard out of High Point, North Carolina. Davian Ayabareno, a junior forward, the leading scorer by a landslide for the Monarchs, averages just over 20 points per game out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Ray Hall, the junior guard, and Jackson Whitley, the junior forward, 6 feet 9 inches tall, out of Greensboro, North Carolina, is your starting lineup for the Methodist Monarchs. For William Peace, a little bit of a different look. They saw this same starting lineup against Ferrum on the road on Sunday. Ryan Emfinger, the senior, leading scorer for the Pacers. Jalen Vince, also a senior point guard out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Jay Hicks, the freshman, as well as Camden Ferguson. So a couple of freshmen, though, at this point in the season, they're hardly that. Hicks and Ferguson among the most productive players offensively for the Pacers so far this season. And Dakota King, the reigning USA South Rookie of the Year. So we're going to pause, go through the national anthem, and I'll be right back. Darren Vaught with you on the Pacers Sports Network. All right, so a little bit of technical difficulties getting the national anthem played, but we got it going, got through it, and are ready to play some basketball. This one presumably is going to be a pretty close one, as both of these teams no stranger to competitive hoops so far this season. As a matter of fact, the Pacers have played in 7 games that were decided by 4 points or less this year. That includes the previous meeting between these two in Fayetteville at the Riddle Center, in which Methodist won in Fayetteville. So 7 games decided by 4 points or less for the Pacers, and the Monarchs have played in 10 games decided by 6 points or less. So assume we'll head for another close one here tonight at the Herm. So that last meeting I mentioned between Methodist and William Peace University, it was at Methodist in Fayetteville at the Riddle Center. Peace fell 91-85 was the final score in that one. The Monarchs were really kind of just finding themselves in the season. They opened up the season playing 7 games against Old Dominion Athletic Conference foes, so a very competitive non-conference schedule. They actually started off 0-4 overall on the season, did the Monarchs. They've picked things up. They've won 4 of their last 5, whereas the Pacers have kind of struggled a little bit as of late right here in the meat of the USA South schedule. They broke a 4-game skid in Rocky Mount, Virginia. That was a win over Ferrum over the weekend to get them back presumably on the right track. You may have noticed no Chris Thomas also in the starting lineup for the Pacers. He has been an integral part of their success so far this season, but kind of has gone through some ups and downs. He's currently in one of those downs, and Claude Shields, including on Sunday, has decided to bring him off of the bench. So it'll be Jay Hicks to jump things up for the Pacers as Methodist comes down with it. Jackson Whitley, the 6'9", towering figure, comes away with the jump, and now the Monarchs with it to run the offense, moving from left to right. Pass underneath to Whitley. He tries to pass it from post to post. Tipped in the air by Ferguson, and then a jumper is too long off of the back of the rim, rebounded by Vince. Vince in the front court. Hands off at the top of the key. 3-point shot off the heel of the rim from Jay Hicks, and the rebound brought down by Methodist, so now the Monarchs now with it. Pull up 3 from the top of the circle, hits off the front of the rim and rebounded. That was Ray Hall on the miss for the Monarchs. Board obtained by Camden Ferguson, so the Pacers now with it. Jalen Vince on the right wing. Gets a screen left side from Dakota King. Puts up the floater on the left side of the lane. Misses right and boarded by Hall, who will bring it up slowly for the Monarchs now. No score right at a minute into this contest. Davian Ayabareno, his first touch of the contest as the Monarchs swinging around, now down low. Floater in the lane, air balls, but Ayabareno is there for the board and the putback. So he's the first on the board today. 2-0 Monarchs with the lead. Vince for the Pacers. Hands off to M-Finger on the right wing. Crosses his man from left to right and dishes it back to Dakota King. Now up to Ferguson, the sensational 3-point shooting freshman. He goes M-Finger, who drives baseline, pulls up from 10 feet, too strong on the shot. And Whitley, similarly, a strong play, brings down the rebound, and it's 8:25 to play in the first half. 2-0 the Monarchs lead. They swing it around the perimeter. Now Blake Davis on the left side. Goes to the top of the key. Ayabareno, handoff up top. 3-point shot. Bottoms. Brian Rouse with the make. 5-0. Methodist with the lead as Jalen Vince enters the front court for the Pacers. Drives and goes back to around midcourt, where Jay Hicks has to reel it in and keep his feet in the front court. Gives it to Camden Ferguson, who drives from right to left, and there's going to be a foul called on the offense there. I think it was called against Jay Hicks, a moving screen violation there as we tick below 18 minutes left in the first half. Pacers, a couple of minutes into this game, yet to score. It's 5-0 Methodist. Davis and Hall bring it into the front court. Trap attempt from McLean and Vince. Monarchs find the open man. 3-point shot attempt is off the back of the rim. That's Brian Rouse on his second attempt from deep. Rebounded by the Pacers. Vince in transition and just rolls off of the rim after a nice spin move. But Methodist gets the board and rings it the other direction. Hall driving. D'd up by both Thomas and Hicks there. And Thomas on the help D is going to get charged with the foul. Thomas in disbelief, throwing his arms up in the air, trying to plead his case to the official. Though the game continues, Methodist to trigger it in underneath their own basket. 5-0 Monarchs with the lead here at the Herm. Inbound pass to Aya Barreno on the left wing. Thinks about a three. He hasn't been very ball dominant, as you might expect so far. Hands off to Hall to run the offense. Hall gets a screen from Whitley on the left. Goes up top now. Driving, pull-up jumper from 10 feet out. Back of the rim and off the front and out. Rebound by Thomas as now the Pacers with it. John Burwell, the freshman point guard, into the contest. Dribbles behind his back. Dishes out to the left wing. Thomas defended by Whitley. Drives and goes right side to Emfinger. Drives, wide open in the left corner is going to be Willie Herring, who's too strong on the three-point attempt. But a rebound brought down by Chris Thomas, and he's going to be fouled as he comes down with it. And that's charged against Davian Ayabareno, his first, team first, as the Pacers with 16 minutes, 52 seconds to play in the first half, still yet to score. It's 5-0 Monarchs. Burwell to be the trigger man for the Pacers. That's right in front of the Monarchs bench. As there's a bit of confusion with the scoreboard. An adjustment evidently made. And an adjustment made with the inbound play. It'll be underneath their own basket now as Burwell moves from sideline to baseline. He clears the inbound pass up top to Ryan Emfinger. Back to Burwell. Bounce pass to the top of the circle. It's Chris Thomas. Back in the hands of Burwell. Fakes right. Passes left. Give and go action to King. Dishes it outside to Burwell. And he reels it in. I thought he had his feet in the front court, but the backcourt violation will be the call. With 16:36 to play in the first half, it's 5-0 still. Monarchs with the lead. Davis to inbound it from midcourt, right here on the near sideline. He's got Hall in the backcourt, but he's swallowed up defensively by Burwell. It has to be bailed out in the front court by Whitley, who streaked from the paint to help him out, and they get it to Hall to run the O. Hall's defended by Burwell. Dribbles left side. Bounce pass underneath. That's Aya Barreno, whose jumper is off the back of the rim and no good. Rebounded by Whitley. And it goes to the Pacers after the foul call there. Burwell, coast to coast, drives, dishes out to Herring up top. Hands off to King, who dribbles right side through his legs one time and back up top to Thomas. Drives left side, picks up his dribble from about 10 feet out. King for three from the top of the circle. Misses left, and McLean was there for the rebound for the Pacers and is going to get pushed. And I think that was on Aya Barreno, so that would be his second personal, second team foul for the Monarchs. Burwell on the inbound pass. Goes up top to McLean. They swing it around right side. Herring on the three-point shot. It's too strong, but good play by Chris Thomas to swat it out for the Herring rebound. Pacers with a second chance here. Up top is Trey McLean. Burwell drives left side. Back up top to McLean. Corner three from Chris Thomas. Sails way over the rim. Air ball. And a scrap for it on the floor now is going to result in a jump ball. So that'll give it back to Methodist. Missed opportunity on the second chance for the Pacers. And we've reached the first media timeout. Under 16 minutes to play with 15:43 on the clock. And the Pacers are still yet to score. It's 5-0, Methodist with the lead. Although Methodist's leading scorer for the season, Davian Aya Barreno, he averages just over 20 points per contest, saddled with his second foul shortly before the timeout. Two fouls apiece for these teams collectively, rather. As the Pacers, who, being frank, score a lot of points, win or loss, they've been known to put the ball in the basket this season. And it hasn't happened like this for them all year. 4 minutes in, 4+ minutes in, as we've reached the first media timeout, and a 0 underneath the home label on the scoreboard here at the Herman Athletic Center in the campus of William Peace University in Raleigh, North Carolina. Darren Vaught with you on the Pacers Sports Network for USA South Conference action. Pacers will retain the ball exiting the huddles here. As the inbound goes into Willie Herring, the sophomore. Goes up top to McLean, back left. Burwell dishes it back to the right side to McLean, back left. McLean very, not antsy, but he's quick to get rid of the ball. Right wing, the three-point shot attempt from Herring as the shot clock expires. Rattles in, and that gives the Pacers their first points of the contest with 15-18 until the half. 5-3 Monarchs lead. Hall dribbling left side. He's defended by Burwell, had a screen right, didn't take it, as Methodist swings it around the right side of the perimeter. Up top for three off back of the iron, rebounded by Davis as it was Rouse on the missed three-point shot attempt. This time he's open again on the left wing, again off the heel of the rim and in stride. Here comes Burwell, gets the rebound around midcourt. Took a couple of long steps to make his way into the paint and is going to be fouled on the layup attempt. So John Burwell go to the line to shoot a couple of free throws with just under 15 minutes left in the first here. 14:52 on the clock. It's 5-3, a 2-point Monarchs lead. Burwell's first of two free throws, hits the back of the rim and falls through. And reels it within one. Trey McLean and Willie Herring check out for the Pacers. Back in come starters Ryan Emfinger and Camden Ferguson. Five to 4, Monarchs with the lead. Burwell with the tail end on the way. That one's off the left side of the rim, thuds, and is rebounded by Whitley. So Methodist now with it, 14:47 until halftime. Hall casually dribbles across midcourt. Deals to Davis on the left side, who dribbles right, hands off back to Hall on the right wing. Gets a screen from Whitley, and they have to switch defenders, so a bit of a mismatch underneath. They don't take it as Hall puts up the jumper, had Whitley wide open. D'd up by a much smaller Burwell, as now they're going to follow up and get the 2-point basket and the foul, Will Methodist. That was Jabari Brown on the follow. Banks it in for two, and John Burwell charged with the foul. I think it could have been Chris Thomas. We'll get some clarification on that as Thomas exits the contest and is going to be replaced by Jay Hicks. So the 2-point basket makes it 7-4. Brown with a chance to make it 8 for Methodist as it falls through, nothing but net. 8-4, Monarchs with the lead, 14:20 until the break. Burwell hands to Camden Ferguson, catch and shoot, rattles in and out, strong rebound by Jackson Whitley. And the Pacers are going to have to do something to compensate for Whitley's dominance in the post if they're going to want extra chances after missed three-point shots like that. Hall on the right wing, dribbling against his defender Burwell. Step back, fade away from 15 feet. Buries the shot, makes it 10-4, does Hall. A little bit of confusion, a foul at midcourt as the pass was overthrown by Hicks on the inbound. Burwell couldn't touch it. And some incidental contact. Burwell's going to be charged with the foul as Methodist now with possession. 13:52 to play until the break. 10-4 Monarchs lead. Davis, the trigger man from the near sideline. Vince got a hand on it for the Pacers as the ball was received right at midcourt. Whitley had 1 foot in the backcourt, 1 foot in the front court. Head coach Claude Shields wants an explanation. Play resumes as Methodist gets it to Hall at the top of the circle. He drives on his man, Paul Dunlap, up and under, can't get the layup to fall. Brown with the board, puts it back up and is going to be fouled. This time he doesn't hit. and it's going to be charged to Paul Dunlap of the Pacers. So Brown to the free throw line once more. This time he's going to shoot 2 rather than trying to get 3 the hard way. 10-4, it's a 6-point lead for the Monarchs. 13:33 in the first half. That's where the clock stops as Brown, a little bend in his knees. His first is up and misses right. Jabari Brown, the junior from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Second shot up. Sticks to the front of the rim and rolls through to make it 11-4. Monarchs with the lead. It's Dunlap and Vince to bring it up the floor for the Pacers. Vince from the right wing sends a hard chest pass up top to the key to Paul Dunlap, whose three-point shot attempt misses ugly off the back of the rim. It got kind of wedged there between the backboard and the rim. Rebounded by the Monarchs, and here comes Hall to run the offense once more. Crosses up Dunlap from right to left, drives and hits a wide open Davis in the left corner, whose three-point shot airballed, reeled in by Jalen Vince in transition, passes it forward to Emfinger, who dumps it in for 2. 11-6, a 5-point lead for the Monarchs. As Hall enters the front court, chest pass to the left wing. Davis with it now, hearing it from the WPU fan base, now drives right side and lays it in. Nice little finger roll in traffic to dump it in for 2. 13-6, Monarchs with the lead. Vince, coast to coast, fakes to get his man in the air, can't get the layup to fall. The follow-up attempt from Dunlap is no good, and it's rebounded by Hall. Step back, thought about the 3, goes up top to Whitley. Now underneath is Brown. Fakes right, spins left, and puts up the shot against his defender Dunlap, and it thuds off the rim, rebounded by Emfinger, who's going to get fouled right around midcourt. A little bit of a hip check there on Davis, who shakes his head as he is charged with the 4th team foul on the Monarchs here in the first half. 12-14 until the break. 7-point lead for Methodist. Vince, the trigger man for the Pacers, gets it into McLean, who hands it directly back off to Vince to run the offense. Right to Herring. Hits a streaking McLean, who nearly mishandles it but reels it back in, and they get it to Vince on the left side. Up top, Ferguson fakes the 3 and drives. Hands off to McLean. Drives. Back out to Vince. Driving, penetrating, and kicking it out. The Pacers get it into Jay Hicks, who puts up the shot and is going to draw contact. So the foul is charged to Ray Hall, and it'll be Jay Hicks, the freshman for the Pacers, to shoot a couple of free throws when we return to action, but not before the media timeout. Under 12 with 11 minutes and 52 seconds to play. 13-6 is our score. 5 fouls apiece for both Methodist and the host Pacers here at William Peace University. Pacers looking to advance to 12-9 overall, bring their record back to 500 in USA South play as they sit at 4-5 on the conference season. Methodist more of a front runner in the conference, 8-3. And Methodist with a nice distribution of scoring here, although their leading scorer, Davian Ayabareno, with 2 fouls, has 2 points. And then Ray Hall, their starting point guard, just committed his 2nd foul. Only 8 minutes into the game. No player for either team has hit more than 1 shot from the field so far. Emfinger 1 of 2 for the Pacers, as is Willie Herring. He's 1 of 3. Check that. Methodist with 5 players who have hit 1 field goal. Hicks's first free throw. Thuds off the back of the iron. I think that bounced out. There's a meeting between Methodist coaching staff and an official in front of me, and it is in fact a miss on Hicks. His second rattles in and brings it within 6. 11:50 to play until halftime. Ayabareno checks back in to replace, well, I thought he was replacing Hall, but Hall checked back in during the break as well. Methodist drives on the left side, banks it in. The hard shot there by Irving Ogburns, the senior guard, hits his first bucket of the game, and the trend continues as that's just his first field goal. Hicks hits Camden Ferguson back in the corner. Ferguson has to save it and chucks it over his head. Back to Hicks as they swing it around the right wing. 12 to shoot for the Pacers. Vince kicks it up top to McLean, driving left side on Brown, lays it in softly off the board with his left. 2 points for Trey McLean as that makes it 15-9, a 6-point Monarchs lead right at 11 minutes until halftime. Hall dribbles to the left wing as he has done often this game, kicks it back up top to Ogburns, and they get it to Aya Moreno. Underneath, Jabari Brown, strong reception on the pass as he has to body up on Camden Ferguson and then lays it in for two. In transition, Vince hands off to Hicks. The three-point shot off back of the rim, rebounded by Herring. Ferguson, step back on the three attempt and is going to be fouled. It was a little too long off the back of the iron, but Ferguson's going to get 3 free throws here after the foul is committed by Hall, so that's his third. Clock stops at 10 minutes and 38 seconds here in the first. 17-9, Methodist with the lead as Ferguson shoots his first of 3 and rips the net to give the Pacers double figures. Ferguson's second of 3. All net as well. 17-11. Jackson Whitley checks in. Hall with his third foul, as well as Jabari Brown, will check out of the contest for Methodist. Ferguson's third rolls off the front of the rim and through the net. So he's 3 of 3 in that trip and brings it within 5. 17-12, Monarchs with the lead. Ferguson had only shot 10 free throws on the season prior to that, so he's now 10 of 13 on the year. Methodist dribbling up top, handoff to Jackson Whitley. He's defended by Dakota King, who's all over him. Now they go underneath to Aya Moreno, who goes up with it and had it blocked or at least halted by Emfinger from behind and lands on his 2 feet while Emfinger still has a hand on it, so it's going to be ruled a jump ball. Gives it back to Methodist, but the possession arrow will flip and favor the Pacers next time around. Inbound pass, bounced to underneath to Ogburns. He loses his handle. Both Hicks and King were there defensively. It's reeled in back in the corner by Aya Moreno, who has to chuck up a 3 with 3 on the shot clock. Far side of the rim, no good, and rebounded by Jalen Vince. Streaking from court to court, Vince craftily lays it in with his right off of the window, and it's 17-14, now just a one-score game. Ogburns on the right wing for Methodist, defended by Herring, floats up a pass to Whitley, wanted the give and go. Whitley fakes the pass, little baby hook is too strong, and rebounded by Herring. Here come the Pacers. Vince with a full court pass. Left wing is Emfinger. Fake to get Ogburns in the air. Up top, wide open, Dakota King in and out on the three-point shot attempt. Aya Moreno is there to swallow up the rebound. And Methodist now with it as he hands off to Davis, who enters the front court to run the offense. Davis crosses up on Jay Hicks from right to left. No good, and he tries to bounce a pass to Whitley, and it's stolen away. Pacers with it. Vince dishes left side in the corner. Emfinger for 3. Oh, it's in and out. Boarded and put back, though, by Dakota King. And we've got a one-point ball game. 9 minutes to play in the first half. 17-16, Methodist with the lead. Davis into the front court. Hands to Ogburns. They dish it left side. That's Will Baggett. Step back on the 3. All net. And Baggett hit the floor afterward. Looked like he may have landed wrong on his ankle and rolled it. So the whistle will blow and play will stop. Baggett hobbles off of the floor. No foul call as there was perhaps a little bit of incidental contact. He'll get checked out by the Methodist training staff. As now Aya Moreno is going to check out as well. Hall re-enters the contest to replace Baggett. And Hall's got 3 fouls. There's still 8 minutes, 44 seconds left in the first half. It's a 4-point lead for Methodist, 20-16. Vince across the timeline for the Pacers. Hands off to Ferguson, who gives it to Dunlap at the elbow. He's got Chris Thomas streaking left side. Hands off. Thomas too strong on the layup and rebounded by Whitley. So back to Methodist it goes. Hall dishes right to Davis. They swing it around. And back up to Davis. Slowly running the offense. 10 to shoot for the Monarchs. Davis through his legs. Crosses from right to left. Spins underneath the basket right by Chris Thomas. And banks it in for 2. 22-16, the Monarchs lead. Vince inside the perimeter for the Pacers. Kicks back out to Emfinger, defended by Davis. Drives right and kicks out Jalen Vince. Thinks about a three. That's not really his shot, though, so he goes back up top to Chris Thomas. Picks up his dribble after driving left side on the block. Out to Vince. Thudded the three-point shot off the back of the rim, and a rebound pulled in by Ogburns in transition. He tries to sneak a pass underneath, but Vince draws the charge. Set his feet in time and gets the offensive foul call against Ogburns. And that should go down as the 7th team foul for the Monarchs, though it's offensive foul. So the Pacers will not be shooting in that event. And that brings us to the media timeout. 7 minutes, 37 seconds remaining. Darren Vaught with you on the Pacers Sports Network. It's a 6-point game. That was the deficit last time these two teams faced off and the final buzzer sounded in Fayetteville, North Carolina at the Riddle Center. Methodist was the home team, and they won it 91-85. That was back on January 18th, very early in the conference schedule for both of these teams. So now the Monarchs lead by that mark once more. Still a lot of ball to be played in this one, though. Jabari Brown leads the way for the Monarchs. He's got 6 points on 2 of 4 shooting. He's also hit a couple of free throws. Jackson Whitley, though, he has not scored. He's 0 of 1 from the field. Dominating the glass. He's got 6 rebounds so far. And for William Peace, the Pacers are still without a player with more than 1 field goal. They've had 8 players score, but none of them more than 3. Pacers on the inbound pass. A little bit of loose full court pressure from the Monarchs as Burwell goes to Emfinger into the front court for William Peace. Dribbles through his legs. He's defended by Rouse of Methodist. Burwell gets a screen, goes right side. Ferguson for 3, ka-ching! 22-19, reels it within 3 points on the 3-point shot from Camden Ferguson. His first make of the day, but he's got 6. Davis driving against his defender Ferguson. High glass in traffic, rolls in and out, and it's rebounded by Emfinger. So here come the Pacers. Pulls back the reins on the offense, and we'll give it to Burwell toward midcourt to set things up. Burwell gets a high screen from Emfinger, crosses from right to left, drives, goes outside, and they swing it around to Hicks in the left corner. Pass back up top to Emfinger. They nearly lost it. Methodist defender got a hand on it, and back up top to Emfinger. 4 on the shot clock, drives from the left side of the basket, tries to put it in with his right, and it rolls off that far side of the rim and into the hands of Jackson Whitley, who squeezes his 7th rebound. Whitley with a bounce pass underneath. He was trying to hit Davis, cutting from baseline to baseline, or from corner to corner along the baseline, and overthrows it, sails out of bounds, and we'll give it back to the Pacers. 22-19, Methodist with the lead. Pacers will look to tie or bring it within 1 here. Ferguson with the 3 from the left corner, in and out. Rebound pulled in by Ogburns of the Monarchs. And with exactly 6 minutes to play, the Methodist Monarchs now with it. Hall gets a screen right side, can't shake Burwell as defender. Steps back on the 3-point shot attempt, though, and it rolls in. And he and Burwell now, a little bit of jawing back and forth as Hall feeling himself after the 3-point make. It's a 6-point Monarchs lead. Emfinger driving for the Pacers. Dishes underneath, wide open, Jay Hicks. Good play development there as Hicks banks it in for 2 and reels it within 4 again. 5.5 minutes until the break. Hall at the top to run the offense, gives it over to Rouse. Screen right side from Whitley. Rouse pulls up on the long two, rolls in and out. Empfinger with the board, and is going to bridle it back. Stolen away in the backcourt by Davis, though, who can't get the finger roll layup to fall. It rolls off the rim. Empfinger into the front court. Tries the overhand pass through the middle of the lane, and it's stolen by Whitley. Davis in transition into the front court. That time he banks it in and gets it to fall. Burwell now with it. As a little bit of contact between he and Davis in the backcourt is no call. Burwell driving left side behind his back, pulls up from 15, buries the shot as he falls to the floor. Smooth two-point basket from the freshman, and it's 27-23. Monarchs still with a 4-point lead here at the Herm. 4.5 to play until the break. Hall pulls up an ill-advised three-point shot. It thuds off the right side of the rim. Burwell's pass forward is tipped away and stolen. Hall clears it all the way up the floor to Davis, whose layup is swatted away by King. Monarchs come away with it still, though. Hall on the left wing as they're going to try and settle it down. Great recovery defense there in transition by Dakota King as the Pacers crowd getting louder and louder by the possession. Hall drives left side, 10 on the shot clock. Short on the layup attempt. Pacers with the rebound. Ferguson floats it up top. Empfinger with the alley-oop finish in transition. It's within two, 27-25. As Methodist is going to get a timeout. And this is exactly where the Pacers want this game to be. Methodist, a very calculated approach offensively. They don't really like it when things get up-tempo, and the Pacers, that's their game. William Peace willing to accept, in most cases, a turnover here, turnover there, as you're trying to play an up-tempo style. But plays like that break down and have a wide-open Empfinger streaking in the front court all alone so he can receive a lob pass. I would call that ideal for the Pacers. 3:43 to play, 27-25, Methodist with the lead. Here at the Herman Athletic Center, Pacers have not led this game at all. But they've kept it close as we near the half. 3 minutes, 43 seconds remaining. Empfinger on the alley-oop finish gets his second bucket of the night. He's got 4 points, 4 rebounds for the Pacers. Camden Ferguson, the leading scorer for William Peace so far. He's hit a three-pointer and was fouled on a three-pointer. Cashed in on all 3 free throws that followed that. Meanwhile, for Methodist, their leading scorer, Davian Ayabareno, has only played 4 minutes. He's been in foul trouble. He's got 2 charged to him. Rouse on the inbound pass, hits Davis. Able to cut it underneath to Whitley, who throws it down with 2 hands. Perhaps a little more ferociously than he made it look. It makes it 29-25, Monarchs with the lead. Herring dishes left side to McLean for the Pacers. Up top to Hicks, and he gets it back to Vince. Bounce pass underneath. Thomas squares up to the basket, goes up top. Hicks, three-point shot attempt, in and out. Rebounded by Rouse. And as he reels it in, he's going to be fouled by Trey McLean. So that's the 6th team foul on the Pacers. One more, and it'll be 1-1, shooting free throws for the Monarchs. That's McLean's first personal, though, as Hall brings it into the front court for Methodist. He's defended by Jalen Vince. Dishes it up top, Rouse. Back left, Ayabareno back into the contest for the Monarchs. Back up top to Rouse, drives right side, picks up his dribble at the elbow, nearly has it knocked away, goes up top. Davis, the long three-point shot attempt off the right side of the backboard, didn't even get rim, and it's boarded by Herring. Pacers now with it. Vince controls it at the right wing, driving, crosses from left to right, floats it in traffic for 2. to reel it within 2. It's 29-27. Monarchs with the lead. 2:30 to play until halftime. Dakota King makes his way to midcourt for the Pacers. He'll look to check in on the next dead ball. Pass underneath from Whitley, knocked away by the Pacers off the backboard. And a bit of luck there as it falls right back into the hands of Hall. He dishes it underneath to Aya Barreno, who's going to get fouled on the shot attempt. So Aya Barreno will make his way to the free throw line for the first time tonight. And we'll look to add to his scoring total of 2. First free throw. Falls through to make it 30-27, a 3-point Monarchs lead. 2:21 until the break. Aya Barreno's second nothing but net as well, as he gives his Monarchs a 4-point lead. Chris Thomas checks back into the contest for the Pacers. He'll replace Jay Hicks and give him a breather. Vince and King bring it up from the backcourt for the Pacers. Vince gets a screen right side in the lane, picks up his dribble underneath, tries to sneak a pass around 2 defenders. He was looking for King on the block there. Nowhere to be found, though, and it goes out of bounds at the baseline. So back to the Monarchs as it's Davis and Rouse. As the Monarchs bring it across midcourt, and it's a trap right away. Pass stolen by Chris Thomas. Numbers for the Pacers. He goes underneath. Vince, pump fake to get his man in the air and rolls it in for 2. 31-29, 1:50 left in the first. Hall casually brings it forward. Methodist with it. Chest pass to the left. It's Davis on the receiving end. Drives right side, loses his dribble off the foot, has to regain it and go underneath to Whitley. Back to the basket, he dishes it out. Rouse for 3 off back of the iron and boarded by Willie Herring, who's going to be fouled as he receives it. That'll be called against Whitley. And in the bonus, the Pacers will trek from one side of the court to the other as Willie Herring's going to get a 1-and-1 sequence at the free throw line with 1:26 to play in the first half. Couple of substitutions. Jay Hicks, Ryan Emfinger into the contest for the Pacers in favor of Thomas and McLean. Herring's first free throw off back of the iron, but reeled in by Dakota King, and he's going to clear it back up top to Vince. Left side, Emfinger thinks about 3. He's defended by the much lengthier Whitley, though, and goes back up top to Vince. Picks up the dribble at the elbow. Vince up top to Emfinger. Now he's got his matchup in Davis. Puts his back to the basket and loses it off of his foot. Back to the Monarchs it goes. Hall hands off to Aya Barreno, who's going to pull up from 3 on the left wing. Rolls in and out all the way around the rim. Rebounded by the Pacers. Vince underneath on the other end to King, who can't get it to go. He's too soft on the layup, and it's off the near side of the rim as we're under a minute until the half. Rebound to the Monarchs. Hall makes his way into the front court. He's defended by Vince. Had a screen left side from Aya Barreno. Elects not to take it, though, and goes up top. Rouse drives, passes underneath. Aya Barreno gets his man Vince in the air and banks it in for 2 to make it 33-29. Pacers into the front court. Emfinger hands off to Vince. It's about a 1-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. 18 to play in the first, as Vince is going to pull the reins back on the offense, and Pacers are going to try for the last shot. 10 to shoot. Left corner is Willie Herring. Up top now, back to Vince. Thinks about driving. Out to Emfinger for 3 with 4 on the clock. It falls through. 2 seconds, 1 second. Hall with a half-court heave. It rolls in. That will most definitely count, as Emfinger hit the 3 with 4 seconds left in the first half, but Hall quick to make his way up the floor and put it up off of one leg right at midcourt. It rolls in for 3, and instead of a 1-point Monarchs lead going into the break, that makes it a 36-32 deficit for your William Peace University Pacers. Down 4 at half here at the Herman Athletic Center. And there's been no shortage of excitement in this one. We've had a monstrous jam for the Monarchs by the 6'9 Jackson Whitley. A lot of rebounds as he's been dominant underneath. He's got 7 boards to go with his 2 emphatic points. A lot of great transition offense for the Pacers. Ryan Emfinger on the receiving end of an alley-oop with contact earlier in the half. And he hits the 3 there as he thought that was going to be the last score before the half, but no. Ray Hall makes his way to midcourt, heaves it up, and it falls through to give the Monarchs a 4-point lead at the half on the road here in Raleigh. We're going to take a quick break here at halftime as the two teams are breaking as well. Come back with some first half stats, maybe a little bit of what to expect in the second. I would imagine it involves more fast-paced play, probably. Something like that. Darren Vaught with you on the Pacers Sports Network. It's halftime. Monarchs 36, your William Peace University Pacers 32, yet to have a lead so far in this one. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. 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 Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up.
Back with you at the Herman Athletic Center on the campus of William Peace University in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina. Darren Vaught with you on the Pacers Sports Network. It is halftime. The Methodist University Monarchs with a 4-point lead over your Pacers, 36-32, as we see about 5 minutes until we resume play for the second half. Wanted to go over some quick first half stats with you, as it's been an interesting one. Davian Ayabareno for the Monarchs is the reigning USA South Conference Player of the Week. He was named so earlier this week, just on Monday. And because of some foul trouble, he got too early. He's only played 8 minutes. 2 of 7 from the field, 4 rebounds, 6 points, and 2 assists as well. So you have to imagine he's going to start the second half. And now that they made it through the first half with just those 2 personal fouls of his, I have to think he's going to have a lot to do with what Methodist does in the second half. 8 points for Ray Hall. Blake Davis with 6 points, along with Ayabareno, Jabari Brown for the Monarchs. 3 points for Brian Rouse. Will Baggett came in and banged that 3, but he rolled his ankle and hasn't re-entered the contest since. He was hobbling around behind the bench, so maybe he'll be able to come back into the contest in the second half, but only 4 minutes of action for him. 1 of 1 on that 3-point shot attempt, so he's got 3 points as well. Jackson Whitley, the towering figure below, in 20 minutes of action has 2 points on an emphatic two-handed jam, 7 rebounds for Whitley as well. And Irving Ogburns rounds out the scoring. He's got 2 points in 10 minutes, 1 of 1 from the field for the Monarchs, who lead it 36-32 for the Pacers. And of note, neither team has a player in double figures scoring here. M. Finger leads the way for William Peace. He's got 7 points and 5 rebounds. 6 points apiece for Jalen Vince and Camden Ferguson. 3 points for all of Jay Hicks, John Burwell, and Willie Herring, the youngsters. 2 freshmen and a sophomore there in Herring in that group. And then 2 points apiece for Dakota King and Trey McLean. Still scoreless, Chris Thomas, the senior for the Pacers. Mentioned earlier, he's not starting. He's struggled as of late. Coach Shields thinks it's best for Thomas to contribute off of the bench, but he's 0 of 2 from the field in 7 minutes of action, including 1 miss from 3-point range. Paul Dunlap has also seen a few minutes on the floor and recorded a rebound in those few minutes. 2 minutes until we resume play in the second half. I'm going to take another quick break here before doing so, as I can imagine the pace is going to pick up a little bit once we reset the clock to 20 and get set to play the second stanza here at Herman Athletic Center at William Peace University. 36-32, halftime, second half coming up in just a bit. Darren Vaught with you on the Pacers Sports Network.
Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up. Stay tuned. Peace Pacers basketball is coming up.
So the Pacers will start with it here in the second half, trailing by 4. 20 minutes on the clock. Tick, tick. It starts counting down as Hicks gets the inbound pass to Jalen Vince, the point guard for the Pacers. Dribbles from left to right. Chest pass to the right side. Ryan Imfinger on the wing as they swing it back around to the left. Up top, Dakota King drives out to Imfinger. Pump fake. Drives back out to King for 3 in the right corner off the front side of the rim. Good defense there by Jackson Whitley. His long frame forcing King to alter his shot as the rebound goes down to the Monarchs. Rouse hands off to Davis. In the front court now, Aya Barreno picks up his dribble at the free throw line and bounces it back out to Ray Hall. Defended by Dakota King. Step back, thought about the 3, bounces it underneath to Whitley. Defended by Ferguson there. Undersized, but he forces the miss, and the board goes down to Jalen Vince. Crosses from right to left, spin in the lane. Out, Ryan Imfinger for 3. Too strong, off the heel of the rim. Rebound by Jalen Vince, and the second chance on the 3 for Ryan Imfinger falls through the net and brings it within 1, 36-35, a 1-point Monarchs lead. Ray Hall into the front court for Methodist. Dribbles over to the right wing. Likes that far side of the court. Sends in a lob pass underneath to Whitley. Puts it on the floor for 1 dribble and floats in the little baby hook for 2. 38-35, Monarchs now with the lead. Man-to-man full court pressure as the inbound pass goes to Ryan Imfinger. He dribbles behind his back as he crosses midcourt. Thinks about a 3 on the right wing. Instead's going to drive from right to left. Puts up the floater. Off of the iron and boarded by Aya Barreno. So Methodist now with it will slowly make their way across midcourt. Hall crosses up on Imfinger. Dribbles to the far right. Up top is Brian Rouse. Pump fake on the 3. Hand off to Whitley, whose 3-point shot attempt bounces off the back of the rim and right back to him. Whitley with his 8th board. Bounces it underneath. Aya Barreno puts it up, is fouled, and can't get the layup to fall. But the Monarchs' leading scorer and the reigning USA South Player of the Week will get a couple of free throws with 17:45 left on the clock. Starters back in for both of these teams. Coming out of the half as Aya Barreno's first free throw is up and in, nothing but net. So he remains perfect from the line tonight, as that makes him 3 of 3 from the stripe. He's got 7 points, 6 boards. Fairly productive in just 10 minutes of play. He's been in foul trouble, committed 2 early personal fouls as the tail end of that trip rolls in and out for his first free throw miss of the evening. Rebound obtained by Chris Thomas of the Pacers. Gets the outlet pass to Jalen Vince. Now it's in the corner on the right side in Willie Herring's hands. Back around, Vince on the wing. Cutting as Jay Hicks puts it up, and it's swatted out of bounds by Jackson Whitley. It was a great look there by Chris Thomas to find the freshman streaking toward the basket. And the inbound pass goes back to the Pacers quickly. Vince gets it into Hicks, who this time drives from the right wing and floats it over the outstretched arm of Whitley. Falls through the net and reels it back within 2, 39-37. Methodist still with the lead. Pacers still yet to lead in this contest. Last time it was even tied was 0-0. Entry pass on the block to Whitley. Hits the cutting Hall, who puts it up. Was bumped in midair. Great job to alter his shot and even have a chance at the make, but it rolls off the right side of the rim, and Hall will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 with exactly 17 minutes left. And a 2-point Monarchs lead. 39-37 as Hall steps up to the free throw line. His first free throw hits the back of the rim, rattles in and out. Monarchs winners of 3 in a row. As Hall's second off the right side of the rim and no good. Thomas with the rebound for the Pacers. He gets the outlet pass to McLean and into the hands of Herring in the right corner. Up top is John Burwell, the freshman. Hands off, top of the circle. Thomas, pump fake on Ayabareno, drives and tries to bank it in off the left side. A little short on the layup attempt, but Ayabareno commits his third personal foul, and Thomas will go to the free throw line for 2 shots. 16 minutes, 44 seconds remain as the Pacers trail by 2. It has not been tied since it was 0-0. Thomas's first free throw falls through to reel it within 1. Chris Thomas, one of the better free throw shooters in all of the conference, as his second rips the net to tie us up for the first time since the beginning tip. Chris Thomas, an 80% shooter from the stripe. As Methodist breaks the press, and it's knocked away and stolen by Trey McLean in the backcourt. Pacers with numbers now. Handoff, Chris Thomas, pump fake on the 3, drives left side. Out to Herring, who drives from left to right, has it swatted away, and it rolls out of bounds right in front of the Pacers bench, last touched by Methodist. It was the help defender. It looked like Rouse got his hand behind Herring there and punched it away. Inbound pass goes to Dakota King at the top of the circle. Hands off to Herring. To the opposite side of the floor with Burwell now. Gets a screen left side. Pulls up for 3. That one goes. Check that. It's going to be ruled a long 2. 41-39, though. The Pacers lead it for the first time tonight. Hall into the front court. Goes to the left side. Ayabareno crosses left to right and pulls up in Dakota King's face. Buries the 15-footer to tie us back up at 41. Burwell streaking. Hands off to McLean. Thomas for 3 from the left wing. Chris Thomas gets his first triple to fall, and it's 44-41. Pacers with the lead. Under 16 to play. 15:40 on the clock. Ayabareno on the left block. Bodied up by Dakota King, who looked like he went straight up in the air on the defense there, but is going to be called for the foul. Ayabareno will get a couple of free throws after the first media timeout of half number 2. And the Pacers with their first lead of the contest at 44-41 with 15 minutes, 36 seconds remaining. Chris Thomas, the senior, with some daylight on the 3, buries it in transition for William Peace, and maybe he's going to break the ice and get out of this valley that he's been in the past handful of games. Chris Thomas, now 5 points, 5 rebounds on the contest. And he's still one of the more productive players in the conference this season. I say he's been on this sort of slide. He's just not been playing up to his full potential. Which, to be frank, at the end of the day, his full potential puts him in the conversation for USA South Player of the Year. Hasn't quite been up to that standard, but it's still been very good here lately this season. Thomas, the second leading scorer on the Pacers squad with 14.6 points per game. Ayabareno's first of 2 free throws sails through the net to make it 44-42. Pacers with a 2-point lead. Ayabareno's second rattles in as well, and it's within 1. Pacers up by 1. Breaking the press now. Thomas hits Dakota King in the front court. Will bridle the offense back and hand off to John Burwell. Puts up the layup. It's too strong. Far over the rim, but a tip in from Dakota King makes it 46-43. No one near, as everyone underneath the basket was going for block on the Burwell shot. Rouse on the left wing for the Monarchs. 15:08 to play. Pass underneath, stolen away. Burwell with it. Pacers in transition. Herring, left wing, 3. Bottoms. 49-43. It's a 6-point lead for the Pacers. Their largest of the night, as they did not lead at all in the first half. Burwell to pick up Hall at midcourt, clapping his hands. Hall hands off to Davis. Dribbling left side. Hands off to Rouse, who kicks it back to Ayabareno. Three-point shot off the mark and rebounded by the Pacers. That was Willie Herring on the board. In transition, left wing again. Empfinger thinks about the three. This time he's going to pull back and give it to Burwell to reset a play. Burwell gets a screen on the left side from Chris Thomas. Drives, switches hands in midair, and floats it in for two. He wants the Pacers crowd to get up, waving his arms at the stands on the far sideline. 51-43, an 8-point Pacers lead. Burwell D'ing up Hall here on the left sideline. Gets a screen right side. Hall now defended one-on-one by Thomas. Bounce pass to the right side. Davis driving on Herring. Short on the layup attempt. Couple of attempts at the rebound. It's reeled in by Chris Thomas at midcourt. Behind his back, reeled in by Burwell. Up and under, off the front of the rim. His follow-up is no good, but Dakota King there on the tip-in. And Methodist is going to get a TO as the lead has reached double figures for the Pacers, 53-43, their largest of the night, and a surging effort to start the second half. 13 minutes, 38 seconds remaining. Dave Smith in his 17th season at the helm for Methodist, collecting his thoughts. He and assistant coach Aloysius Henry stepped out toward the free throw line before entering the huddle, contemplating exactly what he was going to say to get the Monarchs back on track. But on the other bench, Coach Shields in his 5th year, heading up the squad at William Peace University, has to be happy with the effort coming out of the half. As the Pacers have opened up on a 21-7 run. Exiting the huddles, a couple of substitutions of note for Methodist. Jabari Brown back into the contest. Doesn't even average 1 point per game. He's at .8 per, but he's got 6 so far today. Irving Ogburn's also into the contest for Methodist. He's the trigger man on the inbound pass as the Monarchs try and break the press. Ogburn's across midcourt. Hands off to Davis and throws up a bow on Camden Ferguson. Is going to be called for the offensive foul. So that'll give it back to the Pacers. 13:31 to play, 10-point Pacers lead. Hicks and Burwell enter the front court and bring it up the floor for William Peace. Burwell gets a screen left side from Hicks, hands off to Thomas at the top of the circle. Thomas doesn't put it on the floor, wants Burwell to come retrieve it. Goes right wing, Thomas, air ball on the three-point shot attempt. It was online. And a foul on Ryan Empfinger as the rebound is received by Methodist. Full court pressure here from the Pacers as the Monarchs will inbound it. Ogburns sends the pass to Hall, and Hall, in trying to get it back to center court, has it knocked away, and it's out of bounds right in front of the Pacers bench. So this is a little bit of a tricky angle. Ogburns is going to have to throw it in right in front of William Peace's bench. Can't move, of course, because it's not the baseline. Hits Davis on the far sideline. Davis drives, kicks it out to Brown, who buries the jumper. He's got 8 points, well above his season average with 13 to play. Hicks, a chest pass to Ferguson on the right side. Fakes a pass over the top to Thomas and dribbles around the perimeter. Now they go underneath to Jay Hicks. To the right corner, Chris Thomas driving in traffic. Banks it in for 2. Over top of Jackson Whitley, and that makes it a 10-point game once more. 55-45 with 12 and a half minutes until the final buzzer. Hall on the perimeter. They swing it around to the Monarchs into the left corner now into the hands of Davis. On the left elbow is Whitley. Hasn't put it on the floor yet. Does so once, picks up his dribble and goes to midcourt. Hall has to reel it in. thought there was a backcourt violation, but Hall pulls up the three on the left wing and drills it. Nothing but net. With 2 on the shot clock, Vince in transition throws it all the way up the floor to Hicks, who can't get the layup to fall. Hall on the rebound, has it for the Monarchs, 55-48, Pacers with the lead. Hall sends a pass underneath, and it's swatted away by the Pacers. And it may be ruled off of the Monarchs, but I think it's going to be Methodist ball. And there's a timeout on the floor, a stoppage on the play. And it's a media timeout as we've reached 11 minutes and 53 seconds left in this one. So the under 12 media stoppage, a 7-point Pacers lead, 55-48. As William Peace has come out into the second half and it's like head coach Claude Shields set their shoes on fire. 7-point Pacers lead. They've hit some shots, some threes from deep, and if you've watched or listened to any of these William Peace games so far this season, you know that that is when they can turn a game around and how they can do so. If they get hot from three, there aren't many teams in the country that can keep up with the Pacers at their best. As far as scoring is concerned, trying to bring their record in conference play back to 500. The Pacers at 4 wins, 5 losses. This would be a huge win over one of the conference leaders in Methodist, who sits at 8-3 in the league. Davis on the inbound pass, bounces it underneath. Ogburns' layup is swatted away. King hits the deck to reel in the rebound, and it's a foul on the floor as Whitley was there as well. Possession will go back to the Pacers. Personal foul number 2 for Whitley. And now Dave Smith, the head coach for Methodist, is going to receive a warning. As he was arguing the foul call, his claim was that it was a loose ball and both guys were approaching it in the same fashion. But King had possession, absolutely. Jalen Vince receives the inbound pass, a little smirk on his face as he watches Coach Smith continue to argue with the officials. Vince hands off to Dakota King, long on the three-point shot attempt. Good rebound, one-handed by Emfinger. The no-look pass from block to block as Jay Hicks receives it and aptly banks it in for 2. 57-48, a 9-point Pacers lead now. 11:23 to play. Ogburns. Entry pass on the block to Whitley, who spins toward the baseline and floats it up. It falls through for 2, and he's going to have a chance at 3 points the hard way here. Whitley goes to the free throw line for the first time tonight. He's got 6 points, 8 rebounds on the evening, so even his dominance on the glass has turned down a notch since the half, or really earlier in the first half. He had 7 rebounds about 10 minutes into the contest. Whitley's free throw off the front of the rim and rebounded by Brown, but he's going to commit the foul as he pushed Chris Thomas. And it goes back to the Pacers. Coach Smith is waving his arms up in the air, and he's going to have to be careful. He's already received that warning as the inbound pass goes to Vince, and the Pacers bring it up the floor, up 57-50. Hicks at the top of the circle, hands off to Vince. Dribbling right side, crosses from right to left. Kicks it out to Herring, who thinks about the 3. Elects not to shoot and gives it behind him to Emfinger. Dribbles left, gives back to Vince, who drives right side. Fouled and off balance, nearly banked it in for 2, but it rolls off the front side of the rim. And Vince is going to get a couple of free throws, so the senior will go to the line with just under 11 minutes to play. And the Pacers ahead by 7. So as Vince makes his way to the free throw line, Rouse and Ayabareno make their way to midcourt. They'll check in after the first free throw is good from Vince. Hall checks out for the Monarchs, as does Whitley. And Vince makes it an 8-point Pacers lead with 10:54 to play. Seven points now for Jalen Vince as his second rolls in and makes it 8 for the senior out of Fayetteville. 59-50 lead for the Pacers. Ogburns drives off the high glass, misses the layup. It's boarded by Jabari Brown. He spins and puts it back up off the front of the rim. Rebound by Jay Hicks, and he gets the outlet pass to Vince, who's going to waste no time entering the lane and laying it up for two. A tribal yell out of Jalen Vince in the direction of the Pacers fans in the bleachers. 61-50, an 11-point lead is the largest of the night for William Peace. Again, Ogburns errant on the layup attempt, and again the rebound goes to the Pacers. Herring hands off to Vince in the front court. He drives, picks up his dribble at 15 feet out. No-look pass underneath. He hits Chris Thomas, who banks it in for two with two hands while slapping the backboard. 13 points. Now the margin. Davis spins in the lane and is going to be fouled by Chris Thomas from behind. Trying on the help D there. Very frustrated with himself as he got Davis in the crease of his elbow. Not 100% sure if that was on the shot. Davis will be rewarded a couple of free throws either way, though. 63-50 with 9:50 to play as Davis approaches the free throw line for the Monarchs. His first attempt of the night from the stripe, hits the heel of the rim and bounces outward. No good. Whitley and Hall check back into the contest in favor of Brown and Ogburns for the Monarchs. Davis's second funnels through. Makes it 63-51 with 9:46 to go. Vince and Thomas bring it up the floor for the Pacers. Thomas gets a screen right. Out to Jay Hicks for three from the left wing. Catch and shoot. And it rolls in to make it a 15-point lead for William Peace. This is their largest of the night. Davis on the right wing, right near the NCAA logo on the far sideline. Hesitation, drives right on Camden Ferguson, dumps it underneath to Ayabareno. Looked like Jay Hicks got turned around and wasn't quite sure where his man was. Ayabareno banks it in for two. Vince, meanwhile, enters the front court for the Pacers. Goes outside to Emfinger, puts up the floater from 15 feet. Very ill-advised shot. He was way off balance there. Trying to recover to grab the rebound and commits the foul. So that charge to Ryan Emfinger will send us all the way to the other side of the floor, as that's the 7th team foul on the Pacers. 9 minutes to play and already in the bonus, so this could make a difference down the stretch here for the Monarchs as it's Ayabareno at the free throw line. Emfinger's second personal as Ayabareno hits the first, so he'll be rewarded a second free throw. That makes it 66-54. Ayabareno with 14 points now, 7 rebounds. He's 6 of 7 from the stripe with his 8th attempt impending. That rattles in. 15 for Ayabareno, the reigning USA South Conference Player of the Week. He's won it twice so far this season. Trey McLean checks into the contest. He'll grab Camden Ferguson, the freshman. John Burwell brings it up the floor for the Pacers as well. He grabs Jalen Vince on the substitution. McLean on the left side, fakes right, drives left. Softly lays it in with his left and draws contact. The whistle blows, and McLean will have a chance to complete the three-point play. 68-55, as that's the 6th team foul on the Monarchs. McLean at the free throw line. His first and only is up and off the back of the rim, rebounded by Ayabareno, and the Monarchs now have it. 13-point Pacers lead, 8:40 to play. Hall running point defended by Burwell. Dribbles right, Burwell's all over him, and he dishes left to Iabareno. Tries to cross his man, Jay Hicks, and kicks it back out to Hall for three. Back iron, and a long rebound is reeled in by Chris Thomas. The Pacers now with it. He gets it to Trey McLean, and back center court is John Burwell, the point guard. He's receiving some instructions from Coach Shields on the bench, and will slow things down. Bounce pass to the elbow. It's Jay Hicks on the left. Hand off to Burwell up top. Back to Thomas on the right side. Fakes a handoff and is going to be fouled. Iabareno was the primary defender there, but it's going to be called, it looks like, against Rouse on the help D. And Thomas will go to the free throw line to shoot 1 and 1. That's the 7th team foul on the Monarchs, so both teams in the bonus here. And if you're Methodist, this might be the last guy on the Pacers roster you want shooting free throws, especially in high volumes. 68-55, 13-point Pacers lead. Free throw from Thomas. Rips the net and is good. 69-55, 14-point Pacers lead. Second falls through as well, and it's a 15-point cushion for William Peace. Just over 8 minutes to play. Thomas checks out of the game for the Pacers as the Monarchs break the press. Davis gets across midcourt, picks up his dribble at about the 10-foot mark. Bailed out at the elbow by Whitley. Underneath, Iabareno puts up the shot in traffic. He's going to be fouled by Willie Herring, and he puts it off the front of the rim. So Iabareno with a pair of free throws coming up. But first, the media timeout. 7 minutes, 52 seconds to play. And the Pacers have largely dominated the second half. They lead by 15. That equals their largest lead of the evening. 70-55. 4 Pacers in double figures. Chris Thomas leads the way with 11 points. He also has 8 rebounds, so back in true Chris Thomas-like form. He's playing very efficiently as he's only got 6 field goals. He's hit half of those and all 4 of his chances at the free throw line. 10 points for Ryan Empfinger, Jalen Vince, and Jay Hicks as well. 7 for John Burwell, 6 for Camden Ferguson, as well as Dakota King and Willie Herring, the 2 sophomores there, with 6 apiece. And Trey McLean with 4 points for the Pacers. So 8 players have scored for William Peace, whereas 8 have scored for Methodist. And Coach Smith of the Monarchs has only played 8 guys. Davian Iabareno, who is set to go to the free throw line, leads all scorers with 15. He's also got 8 rebounds. 7 of 8 from the stripe so far tonight. 2-time USA South Conference Player of the Year. Jacks up his first, and it thuds off the front of the rim and out. Iabareno's tail end on the way. That's in nothing but net. 70-56, the Pacers lead as Burwell receives the inbound pass from Jay Hicks and makes his way into the front court. Bouncing handoff to Willie Herring, who dribbles to center court. Gets it back to Burwell. Gets a screen right side from Dakota King. Back to the left wing. Hicks underneath. King outside. Herring. Pump fake on the 3. Couldn't get Rouse going. Crosses him up. Tries to drive baseline. Outside. Dakota King. The 3-point shot fell right through the bottom of the net. That's about as true as a shot can hit. And it's 73-56. Pacers at their largest lead of the night with 17 ahead of the Monarchs. Pick and pop there for Whitley as it thuds off the back of the rim and rolls off the front. But the foul underneath the basket committed by Trey McLean is going to send Iabareno to the free throw line to shoot 1 and 1. That's the 9th team foul on the Pacers with 7:06 to play. Jalen Vince, Chris Thomas, Ryan Empfinger, the 3 seniors, back into the game for the Pacers as Burwell and Hicks check out. The seniors joined by Dakota King and Willie Herring in the lineup for the good guys. Free throw misses right, rebounded by Herring. He gets the outlet pass to Jalen Vince. Vince cuts in the paint, pulls up from the block, and lays it in with his right. Now clapping as he makes his way back to the backcourt. Now a 19-point Pacers lead. Ogburn swings it around for the Monarchs to the right side. Davis bounces to the elbow to Whitley. Yet to put it on the floor. Swallowed up by Vince, and the pass is intercepted by Chris Thomas. Pacers with numbers. Thomas needs no help and lays it in himself. 77-56. It's a 21-point William Peace lead and an absolute routing in the second half. Timeout called with 6:29 to play. And who would have thought this would have been the case? A tight game in the first half, pretty much from wire to wire. A 4-point Monarchs lead entering the half. And the Pacers have outscored the Monarchs in the second stanza here. 45-20. Chris Thomas with 13 points, the most of any Pacer so far tonight. Inbound pass for Methodist, stolen away. That's Camden Ferguson. Hits the streaking Dakota King, who can't get the dunk to fall. Bricks it off the back of the rim, and it goes back to the Monarchs. Thomas kicks it away, and we'll give it back to the Monarchs in the front court. A funny exchange there. Chris Thomas patting his stomach in the direction of Dakota King, maybe saying, hey, if you lose a little bit of that, maybe that dunk will be a little bit easier. You elevate, you got up there fine, but the hang time wasn't great. Inbound pass, Jalen Vince knocks it away and back into the wall. Very handsy defense by the Pacers here as Methodist will get a second chance. Vince got a fingertip on that pass there too as it's cleared to Aya Moreno, who drives left side, can't get it to fall. Rebounded by Chris Thomas. Passes forward to Camden Ferguson. Thinks about a three on the right wing. Smooth bounce pass underneath. Jay Hicks banks it in for two. 79-56. Pacers are ahead in this one, and I don't know if they're looking back with just under 6 minutes to play. Hall crosses up. Emfinger drives right side. Has his pass tipped up, but it's reeled in by Whitley. Hands back off to Hall. Three-point shot attempt is short off the front of the rim and rebounded by the Pacers. Vince streaking down the right sideline. One-handed pass. Ferguson for three from the left wing. Of course he did. 82-56 is the count as Aya Moreno for the Monarchs puts up the 15-footer. It's soft and off the front of the rim. Rebounded by Whitley, who's going to be fouled by Chris Thomas as he reaches the floor. That's team foul number 10 on the Pacers, so Whitley will get 2 free throws. That's Thomas's 4th personal foul, so one more and he'll be disqualified. But not before some solid production from the senior. Whitley's first free throw falls nothing but net. 13 points, 9 boards for Chris Thomas. And what seems to me like a bit of a resurrection for his season. Whitley's second free throw off the heel of the rim and reeled in by Jay Hicks. He hands off to Vince, who again wastes no time. Handoff, Ferguson, left side, three, bang! The sensational freshman Ferguson hits his 3rd three of the night and is 3 of 5 from deep. Remember, he set a school record with 8 from downtown earlier in the season. Davis with a wide open three. Puts it off the back of the rim, rebounded by Whitley and stolen away by Jalen Vince. Pacers in transition. Vince finds Hicks wide open underneath, in and out on the layup attempt. And King with the rebound is going to commit the personal foul. So 2 shots all the way on the other end of the floor will be rewarded again here to Jackson Whitley, I believe. 85-57. Just under 5 minutes to play. 4:54 on the clock. As Whitley's first free throw is on the way and falls through. John Burwell, Trey McLean, and Chris Thomas back in for the Pacers. Jalen Vince, Ryan Emfinger check out to a standing ovation. Whitley's second free throw registers as well, 85-59. A 26-point Pacers lead. Burwell for William Peace gets a screen left side, steps just inside the perimeter, and buries the 15-footer. 87-59. Hall with it up top for the Monarchs. Floats in a pass underneath on the block to Whitley. Hesitant to put it on the floor. He finally does so against his defender, Jay Hicks. Bodies his way up to the rim and dumps it in for two. So it's 87-61 now. Pacers with the lead, 4:19 left. Burwell dribbles left, underneath, finds Jay Hicks on the block, floats it up, in for two. Hicks now with 14 on the night. 89-61 with 4 minutes to go. Hall for the Monarchs, crosses from left to right, banks it in with his left. Nice move in the lane there for Hall, and the Monarchs make it 89-63. Ferguson in transition for three off right side of the rim, rebounded by McLean, and the Pacers with another chance. They clear it out to Burwell. They get a fresh shot clock and will run the offense. Burwell gets a screen left from Jay Hicks. Hands off to Thomas on the right elbow. Dribbles over and gives it to McLean on the right. Puts it up after the spin move with his right. It sails over the rim and is rebounded by Aya Moreno. Davis from coast to coast after the rebound for Methodist. Lays it in for two with contact there. It was Chris Thomas, perhaps trying to avoid his fifth personal foul. 89-65, 3:11 left until the final buzzer will sound. Burwell through his legs, drives right side on Hall, off balance, puts up the layup, sails over the rim, no good. Aya Moreno in the front court, puts it up off the back of the iron, rebounded by Davis of the Monarchs, and a whistle. Trey McLean called for the foul, and Blake Davis will go to the free throw line to shoot a pair, but we've reached the under 4 minute media timeout with 2:57 to play in this one. It's a 24-point Pacers lead. They trailed by 4 at the half and have outscored Methodist by 28 in the second frame. 5 Pacers in double figures, 2 on the cusp with 9 points apiece. And 9 players have scored for William Peace. For the Monarchs, they've gone cold. They only have 9 made field goals here in the second half. And when the opposition has 22, well, it's not going to cut it. Pacers 22 of 38 from the field in the second half, including 7 of 12 from three-point land. 10 three-pointers made for the Pacers overall in the contest. As Blake Davis makes his way to the free throw line, and his first rips the net to make it 89-66 and brings it within 23. Camden Ferguson out for the Pacers as Joshua Jones, the freshman, enters the contest for the first time tonight. Davis's second falls as well. It's 89-67, a 22-point Pacers lead. Davis just a 66% free throw shooter on the year. Gets both to fall there. Burwell, bounce pass up top. Paul Dunlap, who just entered the contest for the Pacers. Hands off to Jones, pass right. Herring thinks about the three, pump fake Couldn't get Davis in the air, and will dribble back up to center court, where he gives it to Paul Dunlap. Now back in the hands of Burwell to run the offense. Dribbles left, gets a screen, puts up the two-point shot. Thuds off the backboard. Rebound as it's right back into the hands of Dunlap. And he's got an easy clean-up basket there. 91-67 Pacers. Aya Barreno in transition. Loses his handle mid-air. And is strong on the layup attempt, but Jabari Brown there to bank it in on the tip. 91-69, so a 22-point lead still for the Pacers with 2:04 to play. Burwell crosses midcourt. Defended by Davis, gets a screen left from Hicks. Drives left side. Underneath, baseline, 10-footer. Jay Hicks has been money from that general region there underneath the basket. And he hits it nothing but net. 93-69 the score. Davis drives right side for the Monarchs. Over the backboard and rebounded by Herring. Behind his back on the right wing and clears it back to midcourt to John Burwell, who's going to call a timeout for the Pacers, who are going to make some substitutions with 1:29 to play. 93-69. An absolute pummeling of the visiting team for the Pacers here in the second half. Michael Gaylord, Sam Arnold, William Walker check in for the Pacers as it's they, Paul Dunlap, and Joshua Jones in the lineup. Arnold inbounds it into the backcourt to Gaylord. He dribbles right, defended by Davis, gets a screen from Arnold, drives left side, banks it in for two. Great drive there by Gaylord, and he's on the board for the first time tonight. 95-69 with a minute and 11 seconds left. Davis in the lane for the Monarchs. In traffic, floats it up, and it falls through for two. 95-71 with just over a minute left. Gaylord gets a screen right side and is going to be fouled pretty hard there by Davis. Davis, a pretty apathetic look in the fallout there. 1:01 to play, as Gaylord's going to go to the free throw line to shoot 1 and 1. Michael Gaylord, freshman guard out of Durham, North Carolina. Davis checks out of the contest for the Monarchs after committing his second personal foul, 8th team foul for Methodist. Gaylord's first free throw off the front side of the rim, so he will not get a second. Rebound goes down to the Monarchs as Ogburns brings it into the front court. He's defended by Jones, dribbles left side, puts up the layup, swatted away by Arnold as he reels it in and gets it to the outlet pass in Gaylord. Bounced over to the left corner. Walker out up top. Gaylord for three, pulls up, back of the iron, but Arnold swats it out to the perimeter for a Jones rebound, but that will not count as it's a foul underneath that is going to be called on Arnold. Pushed his way into position to wave the ball out for a long Pacers rebound. And it'll send Jabari Brown to the free throw line on the other end of the floor. 37 seconds left. 24-point Pacers lead at 95-71. Brown's first free throw sails through the net, and it's good. Brown's second on the way as it's 95-72. Make that 73 for Methodist. 36 on the clock and ticking. Gaylord across midcourt for the Pacers. Through his legs once, twice. Dribbles left and gets it to William Walker, who buries the three or puts it up. Tried to bank it in off balance, off the high glass, and it rolls in and out. Mishandled pass on the right corner for Methodist, sends it out of bounds. So to go back to William Peace with 20 seconds left. 95-73, 18-17. Gaylord slowly making his way into the front court. And the Pacers are going to dribble out the clock and take away a huge USA South victory here at the Herm. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1, 0. 95-73, the Pacers come away with a 22-point victory. They outscored the Monarchs by 26 in the second half. And it didn't look like a game that was really going to produce the offensive output that we're accustomed to seeing the Pacers have. They had just 32 points at the half. They finished with 95. And I think that qualifies. Great offensive game for William Peace. They really ratcheted up the defense in the second half and hold the Monarchs to 73. 11 Pacers scored 2 points or more in this one. They had 5 in double figures, so a very good distribution of the scoring. Jay Hicks with 6 points and 4 rebounds to lead the way for William Peace. He was 7 of 13 from the field. 13 points for Chris Thomas, the senior, getting back on track. 4 of 7 field goals. 4 of 4 from the charity stripe. 9 boards to go along with that, and 3 steals for Thomas. 12 points apiece for Camden Ferguson and Jalen Vince. Ferguson 3 of 6 from the field, all 3 of 6 from three-point land. Vince with 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. That's the kind of line that you like to see out of the senior point guard from Fayetteville, North Carolina. 10 points for Ryan Emfinger on 4 of 10 shooting. He also had 6 rebounds to go along with that. 9 points apiece for Dakota King and John Burwell. 6 points, 9 rebounds for Willie Herring, sophomore perimeter player, cleaning up the glass early and often in this one. 9 rebounds for Herring and an impressive effort there. 2 of 4 from the field. Trey McLean had 4 points on 2 of 3 shooting. Also had 2 rebounds. 2 points apiece for Michael Gaylord, the freshman, in 2 minutes of action toward the end of the contest there. And Paul Dunlap with 2 points in 6 minutes of play as well. For Methodist, similar distribution, kind of all around, sharing the love offensively. 16 points for Aya Moreno, who averages just over 20 per game, and missed much of the first half because of foul trouble. He committed 2 personal fouls early in that one. But he ends up with 16 points, 10 rebounds in 24 minutes on the floor. Just 4 of 14 shooting, though, so I'd like to think the Pacers did a really good job mitigating his effect on the contest. Blake Davis with 13 points, 5 of 14 shooting, so still not a great line there shooting the ball. 13 points for Hall. He was 5 of 12. 12 points for Jabari Brown, who doesn't even average a full point per contest. He entered the game at .8 per in the scoring column. He hit 12 on 4 of 7 shooting against the Pacers here tonight. 11 points for Jackson Whitley to go along with his 12 rebounds. So the double-double for Whitley, the big man, 6 feet 9 inches tall in the post for Methodist. 3 points apiece for Rouse and Baggett. Ogburns with a couple for Methodist, and that rounds out the scoring. Your final score, William Peace 95, Methodist 73. Pacers get the win, bring their USA South Conference record back to 500 at 5-5. Final score, William Peace 95, Methodist 73. So long, have a good night. I'm Darren Vaught on the Pacers Sports Network.